Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to today's council meeting. I warmly welcome everybody that is in the public gallery today. And as well, we have with us today our youth mayor, Yushan C. And I would also like to advise everybody that we are, for the first time, streaming live this council meeting. Bear with us. We hope that all the technicalities have been worked out, but just in case, please be patient. The other thing is that this meeting is recorded, and please be aware of that. At today's council meeting, we have a full council, and I've already welcomed you, Shan. So item 2 of the agenda is the confirmation of minutes, and the recommendation is that the minutes of council's ordinary meeting held on the 19th of August 2025, numbered 25/88 to 25/107, as provided to councillors, be received and confirmed as a true record of the proceedings. Will somebody please move that recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Lyons. And seconder, Councillor Manticas. Councillor Lyons, any comments to make? Councillor Manticas, any other comments? Thank you. Then I will move. All of those in favour? Against? Carried 9-0. Item number 3 is late items, and there are none. So are there any declarations of pecuniary interests at today's meeting? Yes, Councillor Allen.
I have a perceived interest in 12.3 Com2, and I'll leave the meeting. Thank you.
I also have an interest in 12.3 and will also be leaving the meeting. Thank you.
Very much. So we now come to public input time, and the general rules for public question time and questions without notice are that 30 minutes maximum for public question time and public questions. Any one speaker is limited to a maximum of 90 seconds to make a statement and or 3 minutes to question and a maximum of 3 questions. A question will be answered if the information is known. Otherwise, it will be taken on notice and responded to in writing. If a member of the public hinders or disrupts a meeting, or tries to hinder or disrupt a meeting, or refuses to leave a closed meeting, or uses obscene or offensive language, the chairman may take reasonable steps to remove the person from the ordinary or closed meeting, including requesting the assistance of the police officer if required. So we now come to public input time, and we have a number of registrations for that. And the first person is Jan Piatek. Jan Piatek.
Just the middle there, and press the button on there for me.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Righto. I live at 49 Orana Place in Riverside. I'm talking about the plan, the housing plan that's going to go ahead. Plan number PA 2024-357. I'm not happy about it, and I can't understand why you allow something to be built in a landslip area. Then the road which passes my place is really not wide enough, and there's no provision for footpaths. They said that someone from the council said that they'll put a speed limit sign of 10 miles per hour, which is ridiculous because nobody does that, and you will not monitor it. So my suggestion is you put at least 3 speed humps. Storage. Now, with this new development, has anybody thought of how they're going to get the sewage down from the hill down to the sewage on the road? However, the only sewage I know at the moment is only a household, but with 11 buildings, extra buildings, it's got to put pressure on the sewage system. They stated that the trucks.
Mr. Piatek, your time for a statement is up. Could
Okay,
you go straight to your question if you have one?
no, I haven't.
Thank you very much. Your input's been noted. The next person is Don McInnes. McGuinness, no, thank you. Cheryl Swan.
Cheryl Swan, Pepper Beach. Thank you for the copy of the agenda. It's very helpful. And also I'd like to acknowledge, after a very long time, actually witnessed some West Tamar Council employees doing some remedial work along the edges of Paper Beach Road. Obviously still needs a lot of attention, but it's nice to see them actually down there doing a little bit. So that's a start. And I will emphasise a start. There's a lot more needs doing down there. I attended the roadshow last week, which was quite interesting. There was talk about what's being budgeted in the future around Exeter and surrounds. Nothing for down my way, though. I'd really like to know how the decisions are made for what money is spent in what area. My area is over 100 years old, with permanent residents and many, many visitors to the area because it's such a lovely recreational area. So we have a high volume of traffic. I'd love to see a traffic count done down in our way. It might be quite illuminating. So I'd really like to know how it's decided what works are done. We're in an area that's very old, and yet we haven't had the upgrades that many other areas get done, maintained, done again, done again, done again, and done again. We don't have footpaths throughout the area. People are forced to walk on the road with their babies, their teenagers, their elderly, their puppy dogs, cyclists, navigating all the traffic. So, it'd really be interesting to know how that's all decided.
Ms. Swan, we'll take that on notice and we'll certainly reply to you in the required time period.
Good. Another thing I'd like to talk about is Krista mentioned last week about a meeting or talk she had with State Growth recently to do with the roads in the municipality, and in particular I'm interested in the lack of pedestrian crossing at Exeter. As you know, I've raised it enough times. But there was no information forthcoming of what is planned to be done and when, past what's been done at Lagana. I find this a huge failure by this council for all the many of years that this has not been attended to for public safety. And I'm really disappointed that the upgrades of our infrastructure are just not done. They're
Ms.
just not
Swan,
done.
you've got 30 seconds remaining, so if you have a question, would you please ask it?
Yes, the question is, what is this council going to do to actually ensure that action is taken on the necessary infrastructure that has been totally ignored? And yeah, it's just not good enough. It's not good enough. And also the other regarding that, many years ago, the residential areas speed limits were reduced to 50 k's an hour, but that hasn't been done across the board throughout the municipality of West Tamar. Gravelly Beach is horrendous. The speed limit through there. Only on Saturday, I had a vehicle overtaking a cyclist, head on with me. I had to stop in the middle of the road so he wouldn't run into me.
Ms. Swan,
That's the 8th time in
your
the
time
last
is
7
up.
years I've had close on head-ons.
Thank you. But if I can just clarify for you, this council is in constant contact with state growth with the questions that you've asked, both about speed limits and about the traffic plans for Exeter. And at the moment, we have no more information than we received the last time the plans for the proposed works were presented to council.
And
So,
I will repeat my disappointment that this council is not able to achieve action being undertaken. Talk is cheap. Action is priceless.
yeah, Miss Swan, it's unfortunately the West Tamar Highway isn't our road, and I can assure you we're trying everything we can to get state growth to engage with us to progress this problem as quickly as possible. Thank you.
And there's also many municipal roads that need
Thank
attention
you.
as well that you are responsible for.
Adrian Coomber.
Oh, yes, thank you. I'm from 45 Arana Place. Some of you guys will probably know my history. I was previously employed by State Growth for 20 years, and I just retired for the last 9. But I'm here to comment on that your plan of application on item 7 on your agenda today. First, I had 3 questions which I emailed to council. I don't know if they've been passed around to you guys for in a mail, or do I need to read them out? I'm happy to speak to them. Firstly, how can this application be approved when it's, by its own admission, it does not meet minimum standards for Australian standards or for council planning criteria? That's the first question. The second question is, after at least 3 that I know of representations made to council as a result of your little flyer that you sent around, letting us know that what was going on, at least 3 were sent in with many issues of discussion that haven't been dealt with or haven't been discussed, or any comeback to the previous people who have actually submitted them. And I've been waiting for 3-4 months for that, and that's why I'm here at the meeting today, because if you're going to approve an application in item 7, a new owner or builder or developer is going to need to know the issues that I've raised, because otherwise he's going to be wasting millions of dollars, because it's simply not achievable. Next thing, there are some things, as I said, that are completely unachievable. For a start, to get stage 1 underway, he has to relocate a hydro pole, which actually feeds 10 houses in Arana Place. Arana Place is very tortuous, as you probably know. There's a cul-de-sac at the bottom, which is dead, a cul-de-sac at the top, which is dead, and a through road. Now, that feeds 10 houses.
Mr. Coomer, your time's up.
Is it?
We can't answer those questions because it is an item on this month's meeting,
Yep.
and it will be treated when this council sits as a planning authority.
Aren't you? It's on your agenda today.
Yes, it is.
So,
Can I have a seconder for that, please? Thank you, Richard. Councillor Island. So we'll give you another 30 seconds
Thank
to
you.
conclude.
Look, for a start, the hydro pole will need to be relocated. My power is underground. I don't know where they're going to move it to, if it could be, even if it can be removed. Tas Networks know nothing about it, and obviously hasn't been discussed with them. There's no way known they can actually get a driveway wide enough for 2-way traffic up the hill. And even if they did build the driveway, there's no way a truck or a service vehicle can get up there to actually pick up rubbish or deliver building materials. It's just physically impossible. And it's a landslip area. If they're going to blast, they're going to upset all the houses in the area. I'm just saying it's just stage 1 is unachievable, and anybody who buys it needs to know that, because I think the owner just wants to sell it with an approval attached to it so he can maximise a profit. But in the meantime, he won't be able to build anything.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Coomer. As I said, it is on today's agenda.
Yep.
But thank you for attending.
Well, is somebody going to respond to our representations or not?
You'll just have to wait until that comes up.
I mean, I could teach your engineering guys down here their job if they need to be told.
The next person is Tracy Kelly.
Just to be clear, I have 3 questions today. So, my name is Tracy Kelly. I'm from 99 Dion Crescent in Riverside. The former employee referred to in the Examiner story on Sunday, August 30, which raised concerns about you, Councillor Homdale, and a $5,500 insurance deductible for legal advice received using ratepayers' money to defend a code of conduct complaint I believe was against me. I speak today because of this and other articles in relation to this allocation of funds, and to say this has triggered my mental health is an understatement. I initially wondered whether I should come here today, but I am so tired of watching people in positions of privilege not being called out for what I see and believe is bad and entitled behaviour. And if I don't say something, I feel it makes me complicit. See it, say it. The code of conduct process is rigorous. There are several levels of review to establish the complaint is not frivolous, vexatious or trivial, with an Australian lawyer as the initial assessor determining if the complaint meets all criteria for a progression to the hearing. Well, mine did. This was a last-ditch effort by me for accountability for the treatment I received at the hands of management and others at this council, hoping a positive outcome may assist me in getting onto the road to recovery and, who knows, maybe getting back to the job I loved and being good at. However, the outcome was not what I expected or hoped, but believed it was time to move on.
Ms. Kelly, if you've got a question, you've got 10
I've got 3
seconds
minutes
left.
per question, Madam.
Well, you've got
It is 3 minutes all up for your
All up.
questions. So if you want to start to move
Can I
through your
actually check? Can I get someone to have a look at the rules? It says 3 minutes per question. Yeah, but if you'd like to, I'm happy to continue. To now find out that you, Madam Mayor,
Miss Kelly, sorry, I'd just be clear
yes,
that there is no arguing during public question time. I'm happy for you. The mayor is happy for you to ask questions, but you're becoming very close to the line in terms of the behavioural standards and going into very personal attacks. So you need to be very mindful of that as you move forward.
okay, thank you for that. My apologies, that's not my intent. But could I ask someone to read to me what the actual amount it says to? Because I checked it before I came in today. I'm sorry, just to confirm.
Can I suggest that you move through your questions now?
Yep.
Otherwise, we can spend time arguing over this, which I don't think is productive for anybody.
Thank you. So to now find out, Madam Mayor, that you've had an allocation of ratepayers' money for your personal legal fees has shocked me to my core. I must question the outcome. This wasn't a level playing field. My first question, Mayor Homdale, is do you intend to pay the insurance excess of $5,500 back to council?
I will send that message through to the CEO, that question.
I think it's important to understand there is a process underway and we won't be commenting on anything that's currently not come to an end.
Thank you. Can I continue? Yeah, thank you. So from the beginning of my issue, I did familiarise myself with all the rules relating to the Local Government Act. I met with the Director of Local Government, Matt Healy, and the Minister, Nick Street. I believed at the time I had a very good understanding. Councillor Homdale, it beggars belief that you believed you had an entitlement to this legal defence with ratepayers' money. With many years as a councillor, Mayor and LGAT President, it is not unrealistic for anyone to expect that you would have ample knowledge of the Local Government Act and to know there is no inherent right for this misuse of ratepayers' money. Ignorance is not a defence.
I'll throw that question to the CEO as well.
Thank you. My second question is the motion you have brought before Council today an attempt to absolve yourself of your current legal expenses?
Again, anything that is subject to legal actions or potential actions won't be answered. I think in terms of the motion that is before Council today, it is clear it is in relation to changing legislation that does nothing to change what may have happened previously. And I think it should be noted that nowhere in the commentary to date has it been inferred or in any way said that the Mayor has misused and has not done nothing but followed advice that she had been given in good faith.
As a council, you're required to act in the best interest of the community. And you need to look at the political ramifications of what I believe is a misuse of funds and the public scandal, as I believe this will lead to a loss of public trust in your ability to do this role. And for this reason, and in light of everything that has come about, will you resign from council immediately?
CEO will answer that.
Ms Kelly, if you're indicating that the Mayor has done something that is knowingly in breach of the Local Government Act, that is not what has occurred here. There's been some changes and some Northern Midlands case brought to a fore. Issues that had not been previously dealt with. It was general understanding at the time, as I understand it, of that code of conduct, that deductibles were covered by councils. It was acted in good faith. As a result of the Northern Midlands case, we have reviewed everything, and the process from there is currently ongoing, and I'm not going to comment any further.
We've also got a registration here from Julie Tolpert, but do you wish to speak at all? No, thank you. I just wanted to give you the opportunity. And the last speaker is Graham Hay.
Firstly, I apologise to Kirsten and Desmond. I had a arrangement with her for supporting some documents that she prepared at great considerable time and indicated I wouldn't be before the council before December. I'm not one for reneging on an undertaking. I sat back for many months watching the interests of the West Tamar councils evolve. And I can no longer stand back on what appears to be misuse, possibly abuse, of ratepayers' funds by the Mayor for her own personal use or claims of protection at law. An example is the expenditure which by serendipity was raised a moment ago of the $5,500. It appears that the Mayor will have no intention of refunding these funds.
Stop there, Mr. Hay. I'm going to throw to the councillor, to CEO.
Again, Mr Hay, you need to be very mindful of the types of allegations you're making. You have signed a behavioural set of instructions when you come in, when you enter this chamber. You are making assertions that you have no way of knowing whether the Mayor may or may not pay back that money. So please be mindful of how you are phrasing your statement and or your question.
Okay, that's a fair comment, CEO. But the Mayor has a history of not refunding ratepayers' funds.
Stop there again,
As you will
Mr. Hay.
recall, the Mayor was summoned by me as a private individual to court, as a private individual. It's in the council minutes that the Mayor used and had the council pay $2,200, and it's in the minutes of her personal legal fees. It's also in the minutes that she refused when asked, will you repay them? Her answer in the minutes is no. Madam Mayor, please.
Mr. Hay, I will get the CEO to answer that question
I
before
haven't
you go
finished the
any
question
further.
yet, Madam Mayor. You don't
But if I may clarify that statement again, Mr Hay, as part of the process of looking at legal fees, and to be clear, the initial question or statement that you started with is not legal fees, it's an insurance excess. It is very important to distinguish the two. In terms of the legal fees you are talking about, in line with my response to Ms Kelly, we did do a review of all legal fees in terms of whether they were appropriate and connected to the work of the Mayor in council, and that one, the legal fees paid in relation to that case was around enforcement action that was being taken by council, and it was in the Mayor's role as Mayor that she was subpoenaed, and for that reason it was entirely...
She was not summoned as the Mayor. I can produce the summons.
I've seen that. Again, Mr Hay, it's very important. It is not debate time here.
I know that, but you need to speak the truth.
Yeah, I have seen that, but it is in relation to action that council was taking, and the legal fees with the advice that we've seen were seen to be entirely appropriate. Be very careful about alleging things in relation to misuse of ratepayers' funds. Be very careful about how you're phrasing that, given the behavioural standards that you have abided by walking into this chamber.
Behaviour standards are a two-way street, with respect,
If you-
Madam CEO. Let me continue. You'll also recall, councillors, the kerfuffle over the mayor's car. The budget was far exceeded. We've also got the issue when the general manager resigned, but the mayor arranged for a payment of $300,000.
Stop.
They can get
Stop
a
there.
skeptic would
Stop
say
there, Mr.
that is
Hay.
hush money payment.
You're really
They're
very
facts,
close.
madam. They're facts. The facts that I'm quoting are from the minutes of the West Tamar Council record, whether you like them or not.
Don't.
My
Excuse
first
me, I
question
think
is,
we need to call a point of order. It's not a debate, it's a question time.
thank you very much.
Can you please move to your questions, Mr. Hay?
Good. I see there's recently an approval in an audit panel. Could I suggest that the audit panel also expand its scope of investigations, i.e. audit, into the expenditure by the mayor of ratepayers' funds that fall outside the scope of normal expenses within the Act, specific the Local Government Act?
Is that your question, Mr. Hay?
That is?
All right, can I answer that question? The audit panel is a panel of review. It does not do any investigations. Its job is to oversee and ask for information in relation to council's governance roles.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Second
Hay.
question is, if a director of the West Tamar Council provided false and misleading information to a court or tribunal after the time allowed for formal submission of documents had expired, what likely action would the council take against the director who provided those false and misleading documents to a court or a tribunal? And this is not a hypothetical question. I'd like to know what the council's action will be before I produce several cases of evidence. That is the question.
That is a very significant allegation you are making there, Mr. Hay.
Yes.
And as I have always done and always will, I take all allegations seriously. But if you do not have substance that go with that, I cannot tell you. It not only would it be an issue for me if one of my directors did that, but secondly, I'm sure the court would have a problem with that as well. And be very, very careful here when you are disparaging
Not disparaging
my
facts.
officers.
They're facts.
Well, I haven't seen any evidence to that effect, Mr. Hay, and I don't think in anything that you have provided to me have I not been honest and clear
Certainly have.
in terms of my response. So I would say to you, if you have those allegations to make them.
Good. They're not allegations, obviously stands by facts. But it's brings me to the question, and I've raised questions in relation to chopping of trees down. I've asked the CEO for 14 months. Where's the report of the conduct by the West Tamar Council Citizen of the Year chopping Melaleuca trees down at Pat's Beach?
Mr. Hay, that has been answered before, so that's your
hasn't been
question
answered, Madam
time
Mayor.
up. Thank you very much.
Again, for clarity, I'm happy to answer that question. That, as you well know, Mr. Hay, happened on Parks land,
Yes.
and that matter is with Parks, which we have several times followed up. I cannot control the answers we receive from Parks, and I don't believe what you've just said is fair. We have not done anything but follow up your questions. If you have a concern around that particular one, I suggest you take it to Parks.
Okay, I'll do so.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hay. Your time, Mr. Hay, your time is up, and you've had your three questions.
Time for one further question, please.
Please take your seat.
Extension of time, please, for one further question.
No, please.
Yes. No, thank you, Madam Mayor. Have a nice afternoon.
So that's the only that's the questions in public input time. Item 5.2 is public questions on notice, and they are found on page 77 through to page 80 of the agenda, and they're in the papers they've been answered for your information. Item 6 is the Chief Executive Officer's declaration. Item 7 is a planning matter, and I remind councillors that we now sit as a planning authority. Each council acts as the planning authority for their municipality. In this role, councillors consider development applications and make administrative decisions that are based on the council's planning scheme. While councillors are obliged to consider the community views, this does not mean that they can vote in favour of those views while fulfilling the role of a planning authority. Councillors must make planning decisions based on whether a planning application is consistent with the local planning scheme, even if the members of the community object to the planning proposal. So 7.1, Plan PA 2024357, multiple dwellings development, 11 new and 1 existing at 47 Orana Place, Riverside, and the recommendation for this application is that the application PA 2024357 be determined as follows. The requested variations comply with the relevant performance criteria and be supported. Matters raised by the representative have been considered but do not alter the assessment against the scheme or the recommendations, and that the application for residential multiple dwellings, 11 new units and 1 existing unit, by Wilkin Design and Drafting Proprietary Limited for land at 47 Orana Place, Riverside, CT 186722/2, be approved, subject to the conditions that are outlined from pages 95 to 100 of this agenda. Will somebody please move that recommendation? Councillor Ireland.
Move an amendment to the motion.
Yes.
I'd like to move that we defer this item until the October meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Ireland. Do I have a seconder for that, please? Thank you, Councillor Lana. Councillor Ireland.
Thank you. There's been 2 geotech reports. There's been a geotech report and a follow-up peer review, and they actually have many conflicts in their opinions. So we have a situation, we've got 2 conflicting opinions, and I would like to defer this to the October meeting and have time to obtain a review of these 2 reports by a third geotech to hopefully resolve these conflicts. This is a critical issue to do with landslip, and it's very important that we finally get to a situation where we know what's going on. I feel that a review, it doesn't have to be it has to just basically review the documentation that's been done. So hopefully it can be done within a month, which is within our prescribed time for approving this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lana.
I concur with Councillor Ireland's assessment of what needs to be reviewed, considering the landslip area.
Thank you, Councillor Lana. Are there any other comments? Councillor Manticas.
Madam Mayor, through the Chief Executive, because it's an amendment, it opens this up for debate.
In fact, it's not technically an amendment. It's a new recommendation that's coming through. Yeah.
So it's not a procedural motion. It's a live issue at hand at the moment. Okay. Well, look, I'll speak to it. I'm quite happy to have this deferred for another month while there's another peer review undertaken. I'm not so sure it's going to change the outcome of the recommendation, though. It's a lot of multiple dwellings within already a built-up area, but unfortunately, that's just the way, as we have huge population demand coming into Launceston and the greater region. These are the types of developments that we would have to consider in our role as planning authority. Before it goes to the next council meeting, I'll speak to this a little bit more because I believe I've got a leave of absence for next council meeting. A number of the issues that have been raised with regards to land slip, I look at the north west, and there's a new subdivision going there called Stanton Drive as well. A number of the acceptable solutions that haven't been met, I understand, have been worked through quite diligently through these issues with our planning team. I'm quite happy to accept the recommendation of the plan as it is, but in the interests of making sure that council get that extra layer of protection or that extra review or report that is Councillor Ireland is seeking, I'm quite happy to support his motion, or his amended motion, I should say, today. But and just lastly, there's been a number of extra conditions that have been added into the permit conditions as they've been recommended by our planning team that have addressed a number of the issues that have been raised in relation to the planning scheme. Whether or not I choose to like the development or the aesthetic nature, I'm sitting with my planning hat on. I'm looking at it against the discretions that are there. I also believe that landowners have a right to develop their land in any way that they see fit, as long as it's in accordance with the planning scheme. I believe it meets the requirements of the planning scheme. If I was here next month, I would be supporting the recommendation of council, but I won't be. So good luck around the table.
Thank you, Councillor Manticas. Any other comments? Councillor Lyons.
I just have a question. Is there a time limit on decision?
Yeah.
At present, the due date for a decision is the 30th of October. That can only be extended by agreement between the developer and council.
Can I just make one comment?
Thank you, Councillor Allen.
I only wanted to make a comment to Mr. Kumar to say that all the representations are in the agenda if he doesn't know that from the community. Thank you.
No, unfortunately, you can't. Are there any other comments? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a great motion by Councillor Ireland. I was a little bit concerned as well, as many of us were. But adding to what you've asked for, Councillor Ireland, I'm also concerned about the stormwater and the sewage. I know that there is a detention pit, for the want of a better term, for some of the stormwater, but there is no real evidence of design and size. So I'm wondering whether now we've got that opportunity over the next month that our planners and engineers might be able to come back with a bit more of a definite idea as to how that's going to look, because 11 units, especially on a day like today, there would be a lot of water running down through that detention centre. So I would like to have some more information on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shegog. Any other comments? Councillor Ireland, will you please close?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Hopefully this third review will answer a few of the many questions we have about this development. We'd like to see it happen, but we don't want to take any risks because council are in the firing line if things go wrong here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now put it to the vote. All of those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Item number 8 of the agenda is the Office of the Chief Executive Officer, and it's the council workshops held in August and September, and the purpose of this report is to provide a record of workshops held in in accordance with the requirements of Section 10(3)(c) of the Local Government Meeting Procedures Regulations 2025. And will somebody please move the recommendation that the council receives the report on council workshops held on the 19th of August 25 and the 2nd of September 25. Will somebody please move? Councillor Ferguson, a seconder. Councillor Lyons. Councillor Ferguson, any comments?
Just that we're happy to receive them. This is a part of our council process where we articulate exactly what's been discussed at our council workshops, where we don't make decisions. However, we do, in a workshop fashion, work through what the issues are and help mould reports and also gain some of the thinking around the table. It talks about one of our recent workshops. We talked at things of the Rowella Hall. We talked about current issues that are important to the community and discussions about business grants and a range of things. But importantly, it's on the record for community to see, and I welcome this process in council.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Lyons?
I'd just like to say I think it's a very good idea that we get notes from workshops, because in my 8 or so years here, this has been a bone of contention. I hate the fact that we don't actually make decisions in workshop that refer things to a council meeting. I think that would be more logical, but at least having notes. I can recall situations where we had 9 different opinions when it went to a council meeting after a workshop, 9 different opinions as to what happened in the workshop. So at least having notes is better than nothing, but not as good as recommendations as decisions. And I know we can't do that, but I still think we ought to.
Thank you, Councillor Lyons. Any other comments? There being none, Councillor Ferguson, would you like to close? Nothing. I will now put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. 8.2, CEO2, elected members, work health and safety policy. And the purpose of this report is to seek council approval of a new elected members' work health and safety policy, which is outlined on pages 133 to 139 of the agenda. And the recommendation is that council adopts the new elected members' work health and safety policy as presented, effective 16th September 2025, allocates a new policy number of 72.00, updates the version number to 1.00, and approves a review date of September 2027. May I please have a mover for that recommendation? Councillor Manticas, and a seconder, please. Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Manticas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'd like to first off start by thanking the Chief Executive Officer for bringing this policy before Council today. I think it's a really important step to outline, by way of policy, how elected members contribute to the workplace with the arrangements of not only each other, how we contribute and align this new policy with all of Council's other existing internal policies. I think we have a shared responsibility to make sure that we are providing a safe space for each other, and also making sure that we take steps in line with this policy and the other policies that are mentioned, which is the Anti-Discrimination Act, the Health and Safety Act, the Local Government Code of Conduct, the Work Health and Safety Policy of the Council, the Bullying, Harassment, Discrimination and Equal Opportunity Policy, and the procedures for dealing with bullying, harassment and discrimination in the workplace. I think it couldn't have come at a better time. I think we have an opportunity to set the tone here in Tasmania with regards to these policies and how elected members can be part of the journey and part of the same team working together to ensure that we get better outcomes for everyone involved. So I proudly move this, and to close, or prior to having my formal opportunity to close, just thank you again for bringing it before Council.
Thank you, Councillor Manticas. Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, thank you. I agree with those comments and very happy to second this. Around this table, we've got a responsibility to ensure accountability, but also respect for workplace behaviours, because it is a workplace too. So I'm all for freedom of speech and accountability and transparency, and I'm also for a safe workplace. So I think this is a principle policy document. It does not get into the nitty-gritty. And in actual fact, how successful we are will come down to individuals' reflection and own personal conduct. So, and there's other instruments also that will be used in conjunction with this policy. So I fully support this, and I do agree that it's the right step in. Sorry, it's the correct decision for this council to take.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Are there any other comments?
Just if I may, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Can I just have clarification, please, from the document for responsibilities, the last dot point? Councillors will consider any health and safety implications when making council decisions. Does that refer to a decision about a planning matter or a playground, or is it about around the table here right now?
Deputy Mayor, it's in relation to each other around the table, but also in relation to the work health safety of council officers and myself. So it's about understanding that decisions around this table can in fact have operational impacts that may impact people's work health and safety. Similarly, I am your employee, so decisions around this table will also impact potentially my work health and safety. So it really is about making sure that your decisions, when you're making them, you're taking into account any potential work health safety risks for anybody in this workplace. This is a workplace for you. It's a workplace for council officers. So no, it's not talking about if you're a planning authority working out whether there's a work health safety risk. This is referring to council employees and other workers in the workplace, which is what councillors are considered to be under the Work Health Safety Act.
If I may just follow on from that then, please, Madam Mayor. This is an adversarial council platform, as every council is across Tasmania and Australia, and we're all allowed to have our own opinions and our own point of views. And the whole point about debating is debating and putting those points of view across. Now, I'd hate that this would then invoke upsetting Councillor Ireland because we had a different point of view. And I've put up various motions before. I can remember one meeting putting up 3 motions and losing a lot of them. And I don't think anyone felt very sorry for me after that. But what I'm saying is it's very subjective as to how someone can react if I don't vote for their motion or suggest during debate that there are other ways where I don't agree with it. So I don't want to see a good debate stifled by that line in the document.
So what I would be saying to you is not about stifling debate. Diversity of opinion is important, but doing it in a way that is respectful is equally important. This isn't about being subjective, it is about a reasonable person test. So it is about, would a reasonable person consider what you said or how you said it to cause potentially psychological harm or physical harm to a person? I don't think that is too much to ask. This is in no way about stopping any councillor from having any opinion. What I am asking you to do, and what you should be doing for the sake of each other, is being respectful in how you have debates. This is very much about a principle of being appropriate and respectful. It's not about limiting your ability to have your say.
Thank you, Ms. Desmond. Are there any? Yes, Councillor Lana.
Thank you. It's just a matter of the detail of the policy's wording that concerns me as regards to free speech. There was a phrase, and I'm not sure where it is, reasonably practicable to protect health and safety. Only last meeting, as the first day of my appointment as councillor, there was some quite fiery, I could call the word, difference of opinion in relation to the acknowledgement to country, inclusion in our agenda, which could potentially leave someone open to someone feeling very hurt by that. Just the concern that this could be used It's just the wording. It's so nebulous. Reasonably practicable to protect health and safety on the basis of someone's feelings. I'm just a bit concerned. It opens us up. We have all of these statutory requirements: the Anti-Discrimination Act, the Health and Safety Act, the Local Government Code of Conduct, Work Health and Safety Policy, Bullying, Harassment, Discrimination, Equal Opportunity Policy, procedures for dealing with bullying, harassment and discrimination. I just feel that that's plenty to cover our behaviour in this workplace. That's just my opinion.
If I may, Madam Mayor, in terms of the words reasonably practicable, they are words that are used within the Work Health Safety Act because it must be practicable. Sometimes you can choose to mitigate or eliminate a risk, but it's not practicable. It's not something that is appropriate or reasonable in the circumstances. Those words are used very deliberately because they reflect the Act. And in terms of those other policies, yes, they are there, but there is no policy that sets out specifically what is required or clarifies the behaviour of elected members and how they interact with members of staff and the public, and sets out their role, which is why this particular policy has been moved forward. I also note that this is a policy that's been developed by Legat, and it is a model policy that any council could choose to adopt.
Thank you, Ms Desmond. Are there any other comments? There being none, I'll ask Councillor Manticas to close.
Thank you. And look, whilst I understand and appreciate difference of opinions around this table, thankfully we've been able to debate them in a respectful manner today. And I think that is the basis of what this policy is all about. I take note of Councillor Lana's concerns with regards to how robust sometimes these debates can be. Having spent almost 3 years on council, we've had many more of those. It's about making sure that they just remain respectful at all times, and sets out, I guess, the expectation. There are some reporting provisions within this policy in regards to if a councillor feels that this policy has been breached, and making sure that those obligations are reported back through to the PCBU. So that might not have been a requirement without this policy. There's no expectation of an elected member to do that currently. So I see this as a real opportunity to safeguard, but introduce and safeguard processes that will have the benefit to those councillors that may find themselves in a dispute or a debate that goes that little bit too far, where we haven't actually set what those boundaries should look like. So nothing further to add. That's my close.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Manticas. I'll now put it to the vote. All those in favour? To keep your hands up, Councillor Sladden, Councillor Manticas, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Lyons, Councillor Shegog, Councillor Homdale, Councillor Allen and Councillor Ireland, and a no for Caroline.
That was to abstain. Thank you.
That's a no.
That's a no. Thank you. So it's 8-1. Thank you.
I think we ought to explain to the new councillor what abstaining is. That
Oh, I'm sorry. I presumed that you understood that abstaining is a no vote.
It's not an outright no, it's an abstention in my book, but I might be wrong as to process.
Thank you. So item number 9, which is governance, and that is the West Tamar Audit Panel minutes. And the purpose of this report is to provide Council with copies of the confirmed audit panel minutes from the meeting dated the 4th of June 2025 and the unconfirmed audit panel minutes from the meeting dated the 27th of August 25 in accordance with the West Tamar Council Audit Panel Charter, and the details are found from pages 140 to 147 of the agenda. And the recommendation is that Council receives and notes the confirmation minutes of the audit panel meeting held on the 4th of June 2025 and the unconfirmed minutes of the audit panel meeting held on the 27th of August 25. May I please have a mover? Councillor Sladden, and a seconder, please. Councillor Lana. Councillor Sladden.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is just really an important part of our review process of the council, and it was my honour to take a position as one of the members of the audit panel at the most recent meeting. As part of that process, we go through stringently the every quarter important parts of council's processes, including a financial review, review of internal and external policies, risk management and compliance. And those minutes are both the confirmed minutes and the unconfirmed minutes are presented at each immediate council meeting afterwards. So this really is just a closing of the loop of that process, and I commend these minutes to council.
Thank you, Councillor Sladden. Councillor Lana.
Do you have me now? In support, this is an extremely important facet of council business, and it's good to have those minutes available to members of the councillor panel and the rest of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lana. Are there any other comments? Councillor Manticas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And as a member of the audit panel, I just would like to go into the August minutes that are in the agenda today. So one of the things that audit panel looks at, for those in the gallery here today that might not be familiar with exactly what we do, in the August meeting we reviewed the long-term strategic asset management plan, and it was noted that there was going to be a more in-depth review for the asset management space in the short term. And the workplace health and safety policy that we've just voted on today was brought before audit panel, item number 6 as well. So the audit panel is a really good opportunity for the members to be able to review and to be briefed on the internal activities of council, and usually the first step for a lot of items before they come before the full council. It's a great privilege. It's an important role. And I'd like to thank Julie Sladden for joining me on the audit panel. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Manticas. Any other comments? There being none, I'll ask Councillor Sladden to close.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Item 9.2 is NRM North Councillor representation, and the summary is that council is required to nominate a representative for the forthcoming 12 months and the upcoming NRM North Annual General Meeting. And the recommendation is that council endorses the nomination of Deputy Councillor Mayor Rick Shegog as council's representative for NRM North for the forthcoming 12-month period. Will somebody please move that recommendation? Councillor Ireland, and a seconder, please. Councillor Allen. Councillor Ireland.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. It's not a particularly arduous job, but it's a very important job that we have a representative there. So I'm really happy for the Deputy Mayor to represent there. It will cost us $20, but I think we can probably afford that. And I wish you luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ireland. Councillor Allen.
Nothing else to add, except I think we might have discussed this when Councillor Shegog wasn't here. So, yes, happy to nominate you.
Are there any other comments? Councillor Manticas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Prior to me voting on this nomination, I'd like maybe a bit of a rundown as to the last 12 months on this committee from Deputy Mayor Shegog, if he's available to do that, just to give me a bit of clarity.
I'll take that on notice. Thank you, Councillor Mattis.
Are there any other comments from the councillors? There being none, and after that bit of frivolity, I'll ask Councillor Ireland to close. Thank you. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously 9-0. The next item, which is 10, development. There are no items in that particular agenda item. Item number 11 is corporate, and 11.1 is fees and charges amendment for 25-26 financial year. And the purpose of this report is for Council to adopt a new fee under Council's waste curbside collection service for the provision of a bin latch for mobile garbage bins. And the actual report background is from pages 151 to 154, and the recommendation is that Council, pursuant to Section 205 of the Local Government Act 1993, makes a waste curbside collection service fee of $10 for the provision of a bin latch for the period the 16th of August 25 to the 30th of June 26. May I please have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Manticas. A seconder, please. Councillor Sladden. Councillor Manticas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it's only fitting that I move this, given that I first raised the constituents' question in regards to getting these bin latches throughout our municipality. It's a $10 fee that's due to be added to the fees and charges of council, which literally is a cost recovery. It costs that amount for council to order these bin latches in. And for those that don't know, this was first raised by a ratepayer who lives in Clarence Point, who had visited Georgetown, and these latches are designed to go over the bin to stop the lid flying open. But when the garbage truck collects them, it still automatically releases as well. So it's about looking at our neighbouring councils through ratepayer obviously raising the issue and then going through the processes of actually bringing it into council. And I think this is the last step. So once this is adopted today and we can charge it, our ratepayers can choose to purchase them directly through council. $10 each. Are any specials? 2-for-1 deals? 3-for-1 deals? No? Okay. So I'll move the recommendation as it's presented.
Thank you, Councillor Manticas. Councillor Sladden, do you wish to add to that?
Only in that sometimes the simple solutions are often the best, and it's good to see such a small but practical step being taken to make our ratepayers' lives just that little bit easier. Nothing further.
Thank you very much. Any further comments? Councillor Allen.
Can I just ask how that's going to be advertised to the ratepayers?
Once we've been through the process and it's endorsed, we will then go out both social media and website to let people know that they're available for them to purchase.
There being no further comments, I'll ask Councillor Manticas to close.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Maybe I forgot to mention it's an opt-in service for our ratepayers, so it's not a service that's going to be forced upon them. If they would like to opt in and purchase, they're more than welcome to. There's no obligation to.
Thank you. I will now put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously 9-0. Item 12, Com 1, is Youth Advisory Council minutes, and they're found on pages 155 to 158 of the agenda. And the purpose of this report is to provide Council with the minutes of the Youth Advisory Council YAC meeting held on the 14th of August 2025 for noting. And the recommendation is that Council receives and notes the minutes as presented at the Youth Advisory Council meeting held on the 14th of August 2025. A mover, please. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson, as one of the members, council members of YAC, and a seconder. Councillor Allen. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, happy to move these minutes being noted in council. We have a very successful YAC committee, and we also have our youth mayor here in attendance too. As you all know around this table, that we were the first council to introduce the youth mayor, and we see this committee well attended every meeting. And in it, these notes reflect that we have things like a youth mayor update. We find out about what our youth mayor's been up to and some of his work with the mayor. And also we get advice to council. They have planning for their year. They're quite an organised bunch. they are well organised, and actually also need to commend our council officer who and the workers there that work with YAC. They do an excellent job. So this is just noting the minutes and commend them to council.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Allen.
I'll just agree with Councillor Ferguson in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, Councillor Lyons, I was going to say, are there any other comments?
I just note that we say the council receives and notes the minutes, yet they aren't minutes. They're notes of the meeting. So I don't think they are minutes. I think they're notes of the meeting, and it should be represented in the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Lyons. We will certainly look into that. Any other comments? So before I close, I'm also a council representative on YAC, and I can only concur with the comments that both Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Allen have made. They're a great bunch of young people that have a great sense of community commitment, and I personally, and I think my councillor colleagues would agree, I actually quite enjoy their meetings. They're very, very interesting and quite stimulating. So, Councillor Ferguson, do you wish to say any further in closing? I'll then put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? So in favour, Councillor Sladden, Councillor Manticas, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Shegog, Councillor Homdale, Councillor Allen, Councillor Ireland and Councillor Lana, and against Councillor Lyons. So that is 8-1. Item number 12.2 is the Positive Ageing Committee minutes, and the purpose of this report is to provide Council with the minutes from the West Tamar Positive Ageing Committee's meeting held on the 25th of August 2025 for noting, and it can be found from pages 159 to 164 of the agenda, and the recommendation is that Council receives and notes the minutes as presented for the West Tamar Positive Ageing Committee meeting held on the 25th of August 2025. May I please have a mover? Councillor Allen, a seconder please. Councillor Sladden. Councillor Allen.
So I'd just like to say this is a committee for the older residents of our community that present things to council from that perspective. So I've been a member for quite some time, and it's certainly changed over the time that I've been involved. But many members want to go onto this committee, and we only take a certain amount of people. So it's something that people could look at in the future if they want to be part of that group. And they work under the Positive Ageing Strategy, Council's Positive Ageing Strategy. So I'd just like to move the notes, dare I say, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Sladden.
Should we make an amendment to the motion?
Would you like to move that, Councillor Lyons? As you...
I'd like to move that the council receive the notes of the meeting and West Tamar Positive Ageing Committee for 25th of August 25.
Will somebody please second that amendment? Thank you, Councillor Allen.
Hold 1 minute while we get the
wording up.
Get the wording up.
It's basically taking out minutes out.
Yeah.
Yes.
They have minutes. That's sorry, fancy good. Sorry. All the amendment is to take out the word minutes because the council receives the notes of the meeting of the West Tamar Positive Ageing Committee held on the 25th of August 25.
Thank you. Will somebody second that amendment? Councillor Lana. Okay, so yes. So are you happy to accept that, Councillor Allen? Thank you. So the wording is up there on the screen. So I'll now put it to the vote. All of those in favour? Against? Carried 9-0. So item 12.3, Community Grant Sidmouth Community Centre, and Councillors Ireland and Councillor Allen have left or are leaving the meeting due to a perceived conflict of interest. And the purpose of this report is for Council to consider a community grant application by the Sidmouth Community Incorporated for the purchase and installation of an audio-visual system. And the recommendation is that Council endorses the... Oh, I beg your pardon, I've gone too far. The recommendation is that Council approve the Sidmouth Community Centre Incorporated Community Grant application for the purchase and installation of an audio visual system for $4,434.95. Will somebody please move? Councillor Lyons, and a seconder please. Councillor Lana. Councillor Lyons.
I think this is going to add to the amenity of that Sidmouth Hall. The committee do a great job, and this will make the life of running that hall much better. And when I think about what we've spent at the hub at Exeter, well, we've got a bit of a bargain here anyway. So, look, they're a great committee, and this helps to run more events at the Sidmouth Hall. I think it's a good idea.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lyons. Councillor Lana.
Well, thank you, Chair. We've had a series of road shows, Rowella and Frankfurt and other places that have used their video streaming to very good effect, and this would certainly support that community engagement.
Thank you, Councillor Lana. Any other comments? Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I'm fully supportive of this. This has been through our workshops, and it's been through a council process where it's been ranked and assessed. I've just some reflections that I've got on this. I was going to make them last meeting, but it's interesting where we're at now with our community halls. One of a predictor of well-being and health is connectedness and community, and councils, even this council, has contemplated selling and closing community buildings, and I do support this, and I see that in the future these community halls are going to be very important, because the more that we're in a connected digital age and AI and all those things, we're going to see a renaissance to these community halls in the future. I think we will. So yeah, really commend this, and particularly the community members that care enough to join to connect together. And there's some leaders in there that probably keep it together as well, and they're unsung heroes. So I also would thank all the committee members and particularly the leaders in those committees.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Any other comments? Before I close, I beg your pardon, Councillor Sladden.
I just want to follow on from Councillor Ferguson in that, this really demonstrates the Westover Council's commitment to community health and wellbeing. And if you look through the community grants process, you can also see that there's $31,861 remaining in the community grants program for this financial year. So I'd like to encourage other like-minded communities, community groups and community facilities to look at ways that we might be able to partner with them to help improve their local services and facilities.
Thank you, Councillor Sladden. Any other comments? There being none, before I close, I'd also like to commend the Sidmouth Hall community. They're one of the more shy and retiring committees that we have. They're not as open with their promotion, but what they've done, before applying for this grant in terms of the money that they've raised for the causes that they've got behind, I think is outstanding, and I think they're to be commended. And I too support this recommendation. So without further ado, Councillor Lyons, would you please close?
Again, I'd like to congratulate the Sidmouth Hall Committee. They, the risk of summing up, I think I agree with Councillor Ferguson in terms of connection, etc. And whilst it hasn't been brought up in debate, I'd just like to say that they are world leaders in getting pickleball started in the West Tamar community. So I think they're a great committee and we should be encouraging them in their efforts.
Thank you, Councillor Lyons. I'll now put it to the vote. All those in favour? Carried 7-0. Will somebody please let the councillors know they can come back?
Just turn your mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allen, Councillor Ireland, and that particular recommendation was approved. So 2.4 is Business Grants Program 25-26. And the following is an assessment of the 24-25 Business Grants Program. This report seeks endorsement to amend the 25 Business Grants Program and seek endorsement of the timing of the 25-26 Business Grants Program. And the details are found from pages 178 to pages 189 of the council paper agenda, and the recommendation is that council endorses the launch of the 25-26 Business Grants Program on the 29th of September 25 as a single competitive round open for 12 weeks. Number 2, it approves changes to the Business Grants Program by adopting the following amendments. Individual grant funding is available up to the value of $20,000. Future grant programs to launch on the 1st of July of each year as a single competitive grant round. The grant timeline allows up to 58 weeks to enable large-scale projects. Project eligibility will continue to include capital items. However, events, including event seed funding, are not eligible. Exclude franchises, multinational chains or businesses with interstate, national parent companies unless the local branch is a standalone entity. Allow for the rollover of funds, a maximum of $4,000, that the final payment of grant funding may be made in the following financial year due to the extended time frame. Adopts the updated grants and assistance policy as presented effective of the 16th of September 2025, updates the version number to 5.00 and approves a review date of September 26, and point number 4, endorses the updated business grants application guidelines as presented. May I please have a mover for that recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Manticas. And a seconder, please, Councillor Schiegel. Thank you. Councillor Manticas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I think, updating our guidelines for this year, making it really clear-cut with timelines and having it as one round, kicking off from the 29th of September, gives a number of businesses throughout the West Tamar ample time to put in competitive applications that obviously compete with one another, but I think that is the key. These grants that council look at giving back into the business community has been really good, I think, in establishing real working relationships with the business community here within the West Tamar, and it signifies that we're going to back them in when they come to council with a great project that they need assistance with. businesses are the backbone of this municipality, whether it's hospitality and tourism or service delivery or medical consultants. And it's important that we recognise the contributions that they make throughout our municipality by also recognising and assisting them in projects that they identify that not only will help their business grow, but potentially have the opportunity to have broader, wider community impacts as well. The competitive nature about this round as it's being proposed this year and the update of the guidelines, I think, is really good. I think the council's going to be inundated with great applications that hopefully there are too many and it's oversubscribed, and we'll have to obviously pick the cherries. And I think it's a fairer way as well, so that if there are those previously where there might have been limited or capped at a certain amount, they can go for some of those bigger ticket items if they see value and meet the guidelines of the application process. And I look forward to, well, hopefully I'm here when we discuss and review them. I might be away, I don't know. But this is just a really good way. We're bridging this relationship with the community of our business community and council, and it's proving to be very, very well received within that community, the feedback that I'm receiving. So,
That's all right. Oh, I'm not offended at all. Look, I agree and endorse everything that Councillor Manicus has said. This is a very important project that the council undertake. Their local and small business is the backbone of our community, and we've always supported anyone coming into our area as much as we can. And by providing these grants may be the difference between a business being able to survive and get off the ground or not. I've seen, since we've put on our economic development officer, a huge improvement in our not oversight, but our access to our local businesses. And I think that's been a positive step for our local communities and the business that work around them and within them. So very happy to support this funding. I hope there are businesses that take it up and that we can spend that $20,000 to improve and assist our local businesses within the community. So happy to endorse.
Thank you, Councillor Shegog. Are there any other comments? Councillor Allen and then Councillor Lana.
Just a question. Events or seed funding for events, can they apply to a different method? People? Sorry.
Yes, we've got sponsorship policy. So if it is in relation to an event or seed funding for an event, they can certainly go through a different funding mechanism. It's not just business grants are not there for events because we have other ways of being able to provide assistance in that space.
Councillor Lana.
Thank you. I was just wondering, how will this be advertised to the various businesses so they know it's available and the extent of it?
There'll be a substantial amount of advertising, including our Economic Development Officer going out to businesses. I think it's important to note that we've already got a number of businesses who are inquiring around these business grants, and I think we'll be very keen to put in applications once we advise them that they're open. We usually use social media and other aspects. It'll be on our website on social media, but I think you'll find that our Economic Development Officer will be making contact with businesses directly as well.
Yes, certainly, Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I can. I'm supportive of this. Just some background. This has come out of some analysis and review on the program. So, in workshops and through council officers, have come to the position that it needs to be extended. It is ratepayers' money, and into the future, I think it's very important that we see return on investment also in the at the conclusion of this grant program, because it may need further changes or extension. But I'm really happy with the process that you've taken, Chief Executive, with the Economic Development Officer, because you actually have given us advice about how the previous grant program went and the feedback. And so I think if we keep building on that, so we can demonstrate to the community how that money is becoming contributes to economic development, then I think we can continue having confidence in where this money is going.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Any further comments? There being none, I'll ask Councillor Mantegas to close.
Nothing further, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried 9-0. Item number 13.1 is road safety review of the Rowella Road and Auburn Road. And the purpose of this item is to provide an update on the recent safety review work undertaken for Rowella Road and Auburn Road and seek council approval to implement the recommendations for improvement. And the agenda item is detailed from pages 190 to 192. And the recommendation is the council endorses the recommendations of the road safety review for Rowella Road and Auburn Road and authorises the Chief Executive Officer to write to the Commissioner for Transport to formally request approval to reduce the 100 km/h posted speed limits on both Rowella Road and Auburn Road to 80 km/h. Will somebody please move that recommendation? Councillor Shegold. Seconder, please. Councillor Lyons. Councillor Shegold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As the councillor for Rowella, I'm happy to move this motion. There's been long talk, and even having been on the Rowella committee for some time, of even just reducing the speed limit past the hall. The hall speed limit past the hall at the moment is 100 km/h, and there's been some close misses considering the location of the hall on that corner. The increased residences throughout Rowella and Rowella Road over the years, I think, has come to this point where we need to reduce the road to 80 km/h. It's a windy road, as all of us know, as we've all been down that way. So I am quite happy, and I'm sure that the local residents of Rowella and Auburn Road will be very happy with this recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Lyons. Shegold. Councillor Lyons.
I'm quite happy to second the motion by the Minister for Road Safety. Rick has always taken an active interest, and having an interest in the Rowella Committee, and as the Minister for Road Safety, I support him.
Thank you, Councillor Lyons.
I think this is a great outcome. I just would like to add that it does state that there was no responses about the speed limit in Auburn Road, but I do believe there was a petition put into council about Auburn Road and the accidents that have happened there in the past, especially near the bridge. So they will be very happy to have that happen.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, just a question that I think I know the answer. This has got to go through state growth, and again, they will be reviewing this. But I can see that some of the improvements, you know, probably something we haven't actually looked at before. So you know, the steps to do that. I just commend council on getting this traffic assessment done.
Thank you very much. Any other comments?
If I may, Madam Chair, just in answer to Councillor Ferguson's question, some of this will go through to the Commissioner for Roads in terms of the speed limit. Some of those actions Council can and will undertake. And if there's any budgetary impacts, then we will come back and talk to Council. It's important. We're trying to take a whole of road safety approach in this. So there are some things that we can certainly do on our own roads to make them safer. And then there are other things that we'll be relying on the Commissioner for Transport or Commissioner for Roads to make a decision on.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? There being none, Councillor Shegold?
No, nothing more.
Nothing further? I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried 9-0. Another road safety review issue on 13.2, and that is the road safety review for Winkley Road. and the purpose of this item is to provide an update on the recent safety review work undertaken for Winkley Road between the West Tamar Highway and Glengarry Road, and to seek council approval to implement the recommendations for improvement. And the background details are found on page 193 to 195 of this report. And the recommendation is that Council endorses the recommendations of the Road Safety Review for Winkley Road between the West Tamar Highway and Glengarry Road, and authorises the Chief Executive Officer to write to the Commissioner for Transport to formally request approval to reduce the 100-kilometre posted speed limit on both Winkley Road and Flowery Gully Road to 80 kilometres an hour. Will somebody please move that recommendation? Councillor Sladden. And seconder, who? Councillor Manticas. Councillor Sladden.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Clearly, road safety is something that we're passionate about at West Tamar Council, with a number of councillors wanting to speak to these motions. But really, I just wanted to highlight the fact that the council is listening to the community's road safety concerns, and this particular road safety analysis was triggered by the community who presented us with a petition signed by 13 residents in the area. And as part of that...
Excuse me a moment, Councillor Sladden. Ms Swan, it's not appropriate that you interrupt the council meeting. Thank you. Councillor Sladden.
Thank you. Yes, and as part of the safety review that was being undertaken at Auburn Road and Arowella Road, the Winkley Road and also Flowery Gully was identified, and it was found that a reduction would be suitable in this case as well. So, you know, we're not we're proactive in following up these road safety, and we're certainly listening to what the community is saying and advocating as best we can. So I just want to commend this recommendation, and got nothing further.
Thank you, Councillor Sladden. Councillor Manticas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, just to echo Councillor Sladden's sentiment, I'll just pause for the moment, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I'll just pause the meeting. Mr. Hay, please sit down or leave this meeting. It's so frustrating. We will continue with this meeting. Councillor Manticas, have you finished your...
Not quite, Madam Mayor, but I'm just going to hold for the minute.
Okay.
Unless the councillor's happy to proceed. Could I recommend a 5-minute adjournment?
Yes, we will have an adjournment of this meeting for 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody, for your understanding. We will resume the council meeting now, and we got to Councillor Manticas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to highlight, obviously, this is an emotive issue within our community. And back in 2023, this council voted to review all the speed limits within the municipality. And this particular item that we're discussing today, there was a written submission provided by the Exeter and District Improvement Committee at the time of that review in 2023. And since then, obviously, council undertakes a range of activities, and in this particular instance, we take an engineering consultant, traffic and civil services, to assess the concerns that have been raised by the community. Now, I appreciate that not every submission will result in a reduction or improved safety measures, but this is on one occasion where, as a result of community input, that we're going to see hopefully some improvements. So I just wanted to speak about the processes behind. Council can't go and change or make or recommend improvements without evidence-based facts behind it. And that's what the consultant report shows, that in this particular instance, the recommendations will fit in line with a number of recommendations. And that's why I'm seconding the motion. I'll be supporting the motion today. I believe that the community will be impacted positively by the recommendations that are before council today.
Thank you. And Councillor Sladden, I've got an apology to make to you because I haven't. You were the mover, and I didn't ask you to speak. So, do you?
She started speaking.
Oh, you did. Okay, it was all confusing. Are there any other comments from the councillors? Councillor Shegog.
Madam Mayor, if I just may, I just want some clarification, because one says the recommendation of the road safety review for Winkley Road between the West Tamar Highway and Glengarry Road. So that's on Winkley Road from the West Tamar Highway to Glengarry Road.
Yes.
But then two, that was the recommendation, but we're doing Winkley Road right through Flowery Gully Road, I assume, to the West Tamar Highway at Beaconsfield. Is that the intent of point 2?
Dino, can you clarify that, please? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Yes, it's a pretty short answer, but the original scope of work was from the West Tamar Highway through to Glengarry Road. There was it. Yep. So and the consultant, when he was out and about, just identified that Flowery Gully Road and similar sort of challenges and geometry as that section of Winkley Road he was looking at. So yeah, being proactive, I guess suggested that we also look at reducing a speed limit on that section of road. So that's why we've included that as part of a recommendation to council.
Thanks, Tino. I must admit, I used to have a farm down on Flowery Gully Road near Settlement Road for many years, and there are some sections that could probably. I know we can't pick and choose, and I'm completely all about road safety. But there are some sections of that road, especially from Settlement Road through to Beaconsfield, that probably aren't too bad. In fact, they're quite straight sections of road. And I know it's hard to pick and choose. All I'm thinking maybe that there might be an option for the consideration of 80 and 90 at some various spots. I can recall riding my police motorcycle down to the farm, and if I had to ride at 80 kilometres an hour on some of those sections, I'd have been very disappointed. But then I'm just joking there. But there are some sections that are actually quite safe. And I agree that some of them, especially from Beams's Quarry through south to Exeter, are not so great. So is there any chance to sort of have some options, or and I don't mind, I'm not going to die in a ditch over this clearly, but it's 80 kilometres an hour going to be it?
Yes, councillor. Look, I suppose the key issue is around the consistency in terms of signage. and it's consistency in terms of the motorists and the travelling public that there aren't changes on a stretch of road, going from, for example, 80 to 90 or to 60. If that was the case, it may just be that the speed, it's drive to the conditions, and it just remains as a lot of these rural roads, 100 kilometres an hour for a sealed road or 80 for an unsealed road, and let the travelling public drive to the conditions, as opposed to having chopping and changing, which becomes quite hard for a lot of motorists, and that can lead to errors as well potentially. So it's either go that way and have consistent length of road, which is posted the same limit, or potentially not change the limits at all. Yep.
I think I agree with Duno in terms of one speed is safer than having up and down speeds. I always think that we should have the lines painted for the speed. So might be white for 100 and yellow for people. Then don't have to look for signs.
Unfortunately, it's not a decision that we can make.
I know that, but I think the up and down thing does take away from the concentration on the road, and so I think the recommendation makes sense.
Any other comments? There being none, I'll just make a final comment as well. I agree with Councillor Lyons. I think that what Councillor Shegog is recommending, I think, is a good recommendation if you know the road. But if you don't know the road, it could be a little bit confusing. And I know that quite often there is pushback from the public when you try and reduce a speed limit on a road. But when you consider the time, it's very little time onto your journey for that safety factor to be implemented. So I thoroughly support the recommendation. So without further ado, Councillor Shegog moved. Oh, Sladden this time. Councillor Sladden, would you like to close?
Yeah, and I will make one final point that Councillor Manticast reminded me of, that this was, although this particular view was brought back at the request of the community, the actual process of the speed limit review was started back in 2023 by Councillor Manticast himself. So thank you, Councillor Manticast. Yeah, I've got nothing further to add other than that.
Thank you very much. I'll now put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried 9-0. Item 14 is people, culture and safety, and there are no items. Item 15 is petitions, and there are no items. Item 16 is notice of motions, and 16.1 is Councillor Sladden motion regarding live streaming of council meetings. And the details are on pages 198 and 199. And the decision that council commences live streaming video of the West Tamar Council meetings, retain and make publicly available video recordings of all council meetings, publish or link to video recordings of each meeting on the West Tamar Council website concurrently with the release of the meeting minutes. Councillor.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to propose an amendment to the motion. Point 2, retain and make publicly available video recordings of ordinary council meetings.
Thank you. Can I just have a seconder for that amendment? Thank you, Councillor Lyons. Councillor Sladden.
Through you, Madam Mayor. CEO, do we need to change point number 1 as well? Ordinary West Tamar Council meeting?
It would probably be advisable to.
Okay. Well, I'd like to propose that we amend point number 1 as well. Video of West Tamar, of ordinary West Tamar Council meetings, just for clarity.
Number 3.
And number 3. Thank you.
We'll just wait for those changes to appear on the screen. Councillor Sladen, would you just correct that to ensure that it's what you intend?
Number 3 needs amending as well. Video recordings of each ordinary meeting or ordinary council meeting on the West Tamar Council.
Thank you. Would you care to speak to it any further?
Yes, I would love to speak to this motion. Anyone who knows me knows that how excited is the wrong word, but I've been anticipating this day since I first brought this motion December last year. And really, I'd just like to...
I beg your pardon, we didn't get a seconder for that.
Councillor Lyons.
Councillor Lyons, you did, or I didn't?
Yeah, Councillor Lyons.
Oh,
The amendment.
yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Sladen. Continue.
I'll start again. I've been anticipating this day since December 2024 when I first brought this motion. Really, it is just a closing of the loop of this process. But I'd like to acknowledge and commend the hard work that the council team have done towards bringing this about. And it is an acknowledgement of the progress that has been undertaken to make today a reality. So we are live streaming our first council meeting. So really this motion was really about bringing transparency, accessibility and improving our community engagement. You know, I'm passionate about our democratic processes, and in this day and age with a number of councils around Tasmania live streaming their council meetings, it seemed appropriate that West Tamar Council move into that space. I would like to thank the work that Simon Tennant has put in behind the scenes as well, although I know that he's probably cringing right now, but we promise not to put his picture up to go with this comment. And the emotion too is an example of advocacy, listening and a commitment to transparency. And it's not just about technology and convenience, it's about the values, and it demonstrates the West Tamar Council's commitment to openness, inclusivity and community connection. By live streaming and recording our meetings, we're sending a clear message to our residents. We value your input, your trust and your right to stay informed. And so in these times, I think it's never been more important to improving and protecting our democratic processes. So I commend this motion to you, and I thank everyone around the table and the council team that have actually brought this day about.
Thank you, Councillor Sladen. Councillor Lyons, do you wish to speak?
I really have little to add. I think it's good for the community, and really we're catching up with a number of other councils. The computer team haven't specifically been thanked, but I guess they've been doing a fair bit of work, and I'd like to make sure that it's recorded that we appreciate their work. It does provide an opportunity for people who are working and still want to look at. I'm presuming it'll be on something like YouTube, and so people will be able to look into what has been said over time, and it will provide an opportunity for those people who, with work or whatever, are unable to attend. They can actually keep up to date with what's actually going on at council meetings. I think it is important in this day and age when limited things get reported, and if you're not on the algorithm of your feed, then you may not hear about some of the things. And with this, you now have the opportunity to continue to be engaged with council matters And I think that is important. I don't know that anyone would bother looking at the screen with me on it, but I think it's very important that they have the opportunity to keep up with issues before council.
Thank you, Councillor Lyons. Any other comments?
If I may, Madam Mayor.
Just
When someone answers the door.
Councillor Shegog.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, it's a great initiative, and that's a brainchild of Councillor Sladden, so well done. It's taken a little bit of time to get to this point, and the expertise of our IT team behind us, including Simon Tennant, of course, that had to go out and purchase and process the whole thing. I just sort of want to reflect as being one of the younger, older members of council, Madam Mayor.
Longer serving.
Yeah, but back in 2007, I can remember, and Councillor Allen will remember, the way we got our papers, which were kept in a white paper envelope, yellow envelope that we had to go to the council chambers and pick up before council to read. And now we've got to this point where we're actually being able to live stream. I actually never thought in this time of my time in council that we'd get to this point. And I shudder to think what the next piece of IT that will come about that we'll have to endorse and maybe do. But anyway, well done, and well done to the West Tamar Council for taking the initiative to provide this to our community for those that can't attend. So well done.
Thank you, Councillor Shegog. Any other comments? There being none, and before I ask Councillor Sladden to close, I think a point that I'd like to make is that we're very fortunate that we have the in-house capacity to be able to introduce a process like this into our council. It saved us a lot of money, otherwise consultants would have had to have come in. So I think full marks to both Simon and Brentley. We're very fortunate to have them as councillor colleagues and team members. Councillor Sladden, would you please close?
I've only got one further thing to add, and that was to thank the team and the CEO for developing also the policy that enabled us to move forward with this live streaming, and just the infrastructure that was put in place to make this day possible. So nothing further from me.
Thank you. I'll now put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried 9-0. I will now vacate the chair's seat and ask Deputy Mayor Shegog to take this next agenda item.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. So the next agenda item is 16.1.2, and that's a motion by Councillor Holmdale. Proposed LGAT motion to review, clarify and amend Section 68ZN of the Local Government Act 1993. Madam Mayor, would you like to read your motion out?
And the motion is that LGAT conducts a comprehensive review of the Local Government Act 1993, in particular the anomaly between Section 341 and Section 28ZN and the exceptions created by 28ZN to clarify the obligation of council to indemnify councillors in code of conduct proceedings. Point 2, prepares a formal submission to the relevant government body or inquiry outlining specific recommendations for legislative amendments based on the findings of the review. Point 3, engages with other stakeholders to advocate for the proposed legislative changes. And point 4, reports back to council at the next LGAT general meeting on the progress of this initiative and the outcomes of the submission.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So moved. I need a seconder for the motion, please. Councillor Allen, thank you. Councillor Holmdale, Madam Mayor.
I'm going to put it very simply. The reason why I've moved this motion is not, as some people believe, to somehow absolve myself of my responsibilities to this council, but there are two clauses or sections in the Local Government Act currently that contradict each other. And I think that as anybody that's sitting on a council, we need clarity to ensure that we're not being told one thing that's cancelled out by another thing. So my rationale is on page 200 of my motion, and I hope it will be supported because I wouldn't want to see anybody else go through what I'm going through currently. I think it can be easily fixed, and I hope that my councillor colleagues will support this motion.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Councillor Allen.
Yeah, that's right. Only this week I noticed in letters to the Examiner that a former mayor was actually contradicting this whole scenario of the two different clauses in the Local Government Act. So I think this is all about, it's nothing to do with the personal issue between Councillor Homdole. It's about the contradictory clauses in the Local Government Act. These need to be clarified so people and councillors know exactly where we stand, whether it's whichever way it goes, we need to know where we stand and why there's two different clauses. It's hard for us as councillors to know which one's right.
Thanks, Councillor Allen. Any other speakers? Councillor Manicus.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I'm glad Councillor Allen mentioned the former mayor. I think it's only fitting if he respected the Local Government Act, he'd still be in his role. In respect to the motion that's put forward today, it seeks to review, clarify and amend Section 28ZN of the Local Government Act. I don't believe it needs or requires any clarity, and I speak of my own personal experience through the Code of Conduct process. When I received the outcome of the initial assessment by the chairperson, it contained the following statement. Please also be aware that the Act provides that each party to a complaint is to bear his or her own costs. This refers to any costs you may incur in obtaining legal and other advice in relation to the complaint and or being represented with the panel's approval at a hearing by an advocate who is not an Australian lawyer. When I received the outcome in respect to my Code of Conduct proceedings, it was made explicitly clear what we could do and what we could not do. I don't believe that Section 28ZN of the Local Government Act needs any further clarification. At the same time, I received my own initial assessment by the chairperson. I was also provided with an information sheet that was 9 pages long. On page 6 of 9 of the information sheet, there's a question that's titled, "Can I recover the costs?" On that same page, it says an answer, no, each party to a complaint bears their own costs associated with the complaint. And a further reference to Section 28Z of the Local Government Act. So whether or not there's another piece of the Local Government Act that may provide liability immunity for councillors in respect to a number of issues, Section 28ZN is very clear. And when you undertake and go through a Code of Conduct process, you are advised of those obligations and your responsibilities on multiple occasions. And I'm quite happy to share my correspondence and those information sheets with anyone around this table if they're still unsure about whether or not this needs clarity. I think there could be improvements to the Local Government Act. I think at times you need to be your own lawyer or engage a lawyer just to understand the Act half the time. But in my view, Section 28ZN is explicitly clear. All participants throughout that Code of Conduct process, the complainant, the respondent councillor and the General Manager receives the same correspondence in relation to those documents. They each receive the outcome of the initial assessment by the chairperson and they each receive an information sheet outlining their obligations. This is just a simple case of reading those documents so that you can understand it.
Thanks, Councillor Manicus. Anyone else? Councillor Lana.
Oh, I'm just a bit confused. My understanding from the rationale is that, or is it in the rationale, that council advised the mayor without the sheets of paper that she was entitled to that coverage of council's life or insurance excess.
I think you may be getting off the point of the motion,
Okay.
Councillor Lana.
All right. Can I just speak to another matter that's on my mind?
Sure.
Thank you.
In relation to this?
In relation to this.
Okay.
I don't believe you can have it. I don't believe you can debate a different topic when a motion's put. So I think we need to be on topic or not. Yeah.
Well, that's what I said. But now Councillor Lana wishes to say something else, and we won't know what it is if it's on topic until she says it. But I want to make sure, Councillor Lana, it's in relation to the motion that's in front of us.
Thank you for the clarification. It was just in relation to increase of code of conduct complaints at the cost of council, but it's not relation. Thank you for the clarification. Thank you.
That's all right. Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Ireland.
Yeah, as far as I can understand, put it very simply, there are two conflicting rules. And I don't care which way the thing's resolved, but if you've got two conflicting rules, it needs to be sorted out, one way or the other.
Thanks, Councillor Ireland. Councillor Lyons.
There is obviously a conflict here. I think 341 talks about in good faith, and then the other section refers to code of conduct things. So 28ZN talks about the code of conduct. 341 it talks about acting in good faith. So there is a conflict, in my view. We should get it sorted because all of us could be in this situation where we don't quite know what our obligations are. So I think unless we get it clarified, it may actually determine whether people actually stand for council or not. So I think it's worthwhile throwing up, getting it reviewed, and try and get some black and white. I know we've got the Act in black and white now, but some actual clarification of where we all stand.
Thanks, Councillor Lyons. Is there any other speakers to the motion? Councillor Slatton.
The one thing I think that I can add to this discussion that really stands out to me is that the increasing, well, seemingly increasing numbers of code of conduct complaints, but also the potential for spurious or vexatious code of conduct complaint when the person who the complaint is made about is then absolved. And, as the final paragraph in the briefing, outlines, even if somebody's found innocent, yet they still are bearing the legal costs for the vexatious complaint. I think this is an area that at least warrants further attention and clarification, because it's probably not a problem that's going to go away. And for those reasons, I would be supporting at least, a comprehensive review of these particular points, and also a review by Legat about ways forward to, give at least, councillors the protections afforded in their roles and in their duties, because we're all exposed to the same risks across the board. So those would be the points that I would add to the discussion.
Thanks, Councillor Slatton. Councillor Ferguson. We've been nearly around the room, so.
Yeah, just in the interests of people, one being people that are willing to stand to be an elected member, and community members, the interface between community and the elected members. By the fact that it's being discussed, there's clearly some clarifications that need to be made. We need people to be interested in standing as an elected member, and there would be people that may think twice if it's not clear in their responsibility and the question of liability. So yeah, I think that aside from peripheral issues, in actually what the motion's doing, I think it serves everyone to get clarification. So I'll be supporting it.
Thanks, Councillor Ferguson. I might just have my 5 cents worth as well, if it's okay. This motion's actually to review, clarify, and amend the section of the Local Government Act, but there's no indication as to what the amendment would be. If I'm quite concerned that it should have just probably been reviewed, but however, in the cases that it is, the motion's on the table. So we're actually looking to amend something, but we don't know what the amendment's going to be. The second thing is, I take the point, if a code of conduct comes against a person and they have to defend it, we're asking possibly for ratepayers to pay for that legal advice. What happens if that councillor is found guilty of breaching the code of conduct and we've had the ratepayers pay that councillor their legal fees to be found to be guilty? We're going to then ask the councillor to pay that money back? I'm not sure. So this is why I think there's two differences between immunity of a councillor if we're found to have done something wrong during our normal duties without with due care, and when there's a matter before the code of conduct. And we all know that when in normal life, if someone accuses you of something and you've got to go and get legal advice, you've got to pay for it yourself. And I understand the position that we're currently in, but I wouldn't expect, personally, the ratepayers of this municipality to pay for my legal fees if I had a code of conduct made against me, because that's my business and I have to deal with it, as every other individual in this community has to do. If I do something as a councillor and I use the immunity section and found to be immune because of that section, because I, in good faith, did something wrong, then I'll use that. But on the flip side, I think, especially with the amount of code of conducts that are happening, I don't think, and with the legal fees that are imposed into the tens of thousands of dollars, I personally think that that would be an unfair burden on our ratepayers to take. So I was sort of happy just to review to see if there was a better way to explain it, but to clarify and amend, I'll have to on this occasion perhaps vote against it for those reasons. So thank you. So with no, you can ask a question, Councillor.
Can I ask a question of the CEO? In the code of conduct, when the panel meets, so say for an example, I had a code of conduct me and the panel reviewed it, don't we pay the fees for the panel? Which is quite expensive.
Council is responsible for paying for any investigation of the Code of Conduct panel. If there is a sanction that comes out of that Code of Conduct panel, Council is responsible for paying those costs as well. What clearly the section talks about is the individual costs. The costs of actually conducting the process are borne by Council, not the costs of each individual.
Yeah, I realise that. I'm just making it clear that the council is paying for a lot of costs of code of conduct panels as it is.
And if I just may add, in the annual report each year, we're required to report on the costs of code of conduct investigations that we've been charged back through DPAC. So if anyone was interested in seeing what those costs are, they're listed in the annual report each year.
Thanks, Councillor Allen, the CEO. So I think we've been around the room, so everyone's had a turn. So Councillor Holmdel, Madam Mayor, would you like to close?
I have no further comments to make.
Okay, thank you. And in that case, we'll go to the vote. So those all in favour? Okay, so in that case, we've got Councillor Sladden, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Lyons, Councillor Holmdel, Councillor Allen and Councillor Ireland for yes. And in the negative, I assume it's Councillor Manicus, Councillor Lana and Deputy Mayor Shegog. So it wins 6-3. Passed. Carried. Right. Madam Mayor, back to you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The third motion is from Councillor Manticas regarding construction of public toilets at RSL Park, Beaconsfield. And Councillor Manticas, would you like to present your motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I move the following motion that Council starts to investigate costings and identify suitable options and locations for a public toilet at RSL Park in Beaconsfield and includes this capital item in the next budget, with this item fully costed for Council consideration.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Lyons. Councillor Manticas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Since being elected on this council, I've had numerous people within our community provide feedback that the closest public toilets are just too far away, or they've got to cross over a very busy main road approximately 200 metres away to get to that location. What I'm asking this council to do is, prior to entering into the budget cycle next year, to authorise council officers to start investigating what some of the actual real cost implications could be should council consider this project in the next budget cycle. And I also want to bring this motion before council today to signal to the community that we listen. We've heard this repeatedly being asked by our community for the provision of public toilets at this location, and this is about acknowledging that we hear their concerns, but also maybe outlining some of the timelines that council faces and the challenges that we do. Once we hear about community feedback on a particular project that they would like to see, the process can take years. And then when it does come to council for consideration, it may cost way too much. There's a number of reasons as to why things do get delayed, but I want to be fully equipped, well informed at the beginning of the next budget cycle about what options would be available at that location, what some of those costings may look like, so that they could be considered as part of the councillors' wish lists for capital items for consideration. This is not an abnormal request to ask of council. We've done this before on capital requests that hold sentimental or close value to individual councillors. One being the provision for an off-leash greyhound run that, Madam Mayor, I think you moved a similar motion in a meeting such as this, and eventually it got adopted, and I think that that's in this year's council budget. So it's a multi-pronged approach. It's acknowledging the community. It's asking to be fully informed about available options, and just that it is included for budget consideration in next year's budget.
Thank you, Councillor Manticas. Councillor Lyons.
I absolutely support the investigation. Over a number of years, I kept mentioning that could we somehow open up the hall toilets to be able to multi-use those toilets in the hall. We never ever got to costings or whatever. I think when we come to the budget, we still need to review every item that's on the budget. So we should include the capital in the next budget, but of course the budget meeting will decide. The investigate the costings, I think it's really a very sensible idea to have a toilet where the people are. I think there are a lot more people, particularly young people, who attend that area than attend the Miners Park. Would we expect young kids to cross the main highway? I think not. I think it's a very good motion, and I support the motion as it stands, bearing in mind that any capital item will still have to front the budget committee.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lyons. I beg your pardon. Are there any other comments? Councillor Ireland.
Yeah, it's more a question for Councillor Manticas. I'm guessing there are toilets in the hall, and therefore theoretically we could do a bit of structural work and use the toilets there. Is that going to be acceptable, or do you want a separate shed in the middle of the skate park?
Thank you, Councillor Ireland. No, look, it's to identify suitable options. Okay, so that could cover a range of things, one of those of which you've just spoken about, but it's also understanding if that is an option that's investigated, that we're briefed with appropriate costings of what that looks like as well. So,
Thank you. Any further questions, Councillor Ireland, from you? No? Any other comments? I'll just, before I ask Councillor Mantigas to close, I fully support this motion because, you know, when you drive into Beaconsfield, the first thing that catches your eye is RSL Park. And there are enough attractive, like the tank takes your attention, the War Memorial. There are always young people on the skate park. We're now putting in a half basketball court. We have 45,000 people or thereabouts coming to the museum every year. And while there is a toilet near the museum, for the people that use RSL Park, it's a long way to go, and especially if you're a little child and you've got to hurry. So I fully support it, and I think it will just add to the amenities of Beaconsfield. And, you know, we talk about how we can make Beaconsfield better. I think this is one of the motions that I think will make the amenities in Beaconsfield better. So I will be supporting it. So without any further ado, I will ask for a vote. Oh, I beg your pardon, Councillor Mantigas, you need to close.
nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried 9-0. Item number 17 is, I beg your pardon, 16.2, motions without notice. No, we've added that.
Just for clarity, councillors, in the agenda 16.2 has not come through. That 16.2 would normally be motions without notice. Apologies for the confusion.
Yes, so Councillor Lana.
Thank you. I do have some motions without notice, which I should have submitted earlier, and I apologise for that. Motion number 1, to the LGAT conference in November 25, coming up, that the Local Government Association of Tasmania requests the Australian Government must respond urgently to closure of Bendigo Bank branches and agencies. And the rationale, as I have...
We'll come to the rationale when somebody has seconded that motion. Will somebody please second that motion?
Councillor Lana on each two.
I'll second it for the purpose of debate.
Thank you, Councillor Mantigas. Councillor Lana.
The rationale is in representation of our particularly vulnerable elderly local residents expressing their dismay at a meeting at Beaconsfield a couple of years ago about the closure of their last bank in town, their difficulties in doing banking without face-to-face service, which didn't help the meeting. The bank was closed anyway. Queenstown is the latest in Bendigo Bank's 5-year duration of closures of 28 banks or agencies, 22 being the last bank in town. Local communities who have limited access to cash or whose small businesses have been debanked without access to business loans are calling for government action currently. This initiative specifically supports the vulnerable elderly and disabled residents living in regional areas who depend on the face-to-face services and where the local economies are very dependent on cash. So the small businesses also need to bank to deposit their takings. In adopting this approach, LGAT can demonstrate its commitment to act in the best interest of Tasmania's regional communities by requiring government action in support of equitable access to essential cash and banking services.
Thank you, Councillor Lana. Councillor Mantigas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I can't actually support this motion, even though I've seconded it for the purpose of debate, and I'll explain why. It's asking the local government and association of Tasmania provide an action to the Australian government without LGAT having yet had the opportunity to vote on it at one of their general meetings. Unfortunately, because of the way that it's framed, I'm unable to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Maticas. Are there any other comments? We're just going around the room. You'll have your opportunity in closing, Councillor Lyons.
I agree with Councillor Mandikas. The motion actually makes no sense. That the Local Government Association of Tasmania, and we're not the Local Government Association, if it said something like, we recommend to the Local Government Association that it requests the Australian Government, now that might make sense, but in its current form, I don't think it makes any sense, and so I will not be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Sladden.
Look, I'm going to have to agree with my fellow councillors, Mandikas and Lyons, in that I can't support the motion in its common form. But I do recognise the spirit behind the motion that Councillor Lana has put forward. And I wonder whether perhaps there's an opportunity here for further discussion in how council, as local government, we are closest to our community and grassroots, may potentially advocate for the Beaconsfield community on what has happened. It's well acknowledged that communities around, especially rural communities around Australia, have been suffering with loss of rural bank closures. And we've often had discussions around the table, quite passionate at times, about what's our lane, what is our role. We're all acknowledge that it's more than rates, roads, and rubbish. We do have an important role in advocacy, so I would potentially like to see perhaps in future a discussion, maybe a workshop discussion about how the council might be able to advocate on behalf of the community. But unfortunately, the motion as it stands, I won't be able to support.
Thank you, Councillor Sladden. Any other comments? Councillor Ireland.
Yeah, just a bit of history, if I can recall the situation. I think about 3 years ago, Janie Finlay's pushed a big thing to get the bank opened in Beaconsfield, and they got a commitment. Bendigo Bank were interested, and they got commitments from all the people, the businesses of Beaconsfield, that they would support this bank and deposit lots of money. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. The people didn't deposit lots of money, so Bendigo Bank was no longer viable. So it's highly unlikely that there'll ever be a bank in Beaconsfield under that arrangement. The far better setup is is to use the post office, which is what we're going to use anyway.
Councillor Allen.
Yeah, just to verify that, it was actually the Heritage Isle Bank that moved out of the town, and then the committee which I was on asked the Bendigo Bank if they would come into Beaconsfield, and yes, that was right, Councillor Ireland. The businesses had to promise to put so much money into the bank, and it didn't happen, and the bank wasn't viable. And yes, people can use the post office to do those services now.
Thank you, Councillor Rana.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry. Yes, your closing argument.
I'm not sure of the facts that businesses didn't move to Bendigo. There's been a decision from the top of Bendigo to close its branches for reasons of profit, which is on the record, to become one of the big banks. It's just that this is an essential service. I would very much like to go to workshop on your suggestion, and hopefully debate will lead to an amendment of my motion, an agreed amendment So it could go to LGAT, and that's all. It's close now.
So, without further ado, I will put it to the vote. All those for the motion? All those against? 9-0. Motion of notice of motion number 2.
Can I just ask a point of order? Is that okay? Sorry, Mayor. Just a question. Are we, the material I've got in front of me, is that what we're running through? Are
Yes.
all motions being put
Yes.
today?
All but 2.
Yeah. So I think it would be better if we go through each motion and simply call for Councillor Lana if she has any other motions to put those motions, so that I don't believe that what's in front of you in totality will be brought today.
And just very quickly, I'm not sure if Councillor Lana's aware of the procedures with regards to motions that have been dealt with, but that kind of a motion can't come back for a period of time before council. So I'm just taking this opportunity as maybe an educational perspective. If you move a motion today and you don't get the support that you're looking for around the table, you'll be unable to remove a motion of a similar nature for a period of time.
Can I move an amendment to the motion?
Not at this meeting, no, because it's been substantially dealt with.
Okay.
Also, Councillor Lana, the advice that Councillor Manticas has given you is a good one, and we understand this is only your second council meeting, so we fully understand you're not quite being up to date with how it works. But I think that in future, for any motion to get up, it's really worthwhile bringing it to council for discussion beforehand and workshopping it, and then bringing it to a council meeting, because I think that what you're trying to do is very, very worthy, and we are going to have a problem in our communities once these banks start to close. We know that the Commonwealth Bank in Exeter has only committed to 2027, and after that we don't know. But I think it's a worthy issue that we should prosecute. But perhaps, I don't know how you feel, but maybe deferring all of the motions that you propose to bring today so that they can be workshopped and that we can support you in those.
Thank you for the option. I have spoken with our CEO, who has pointed out some issues with my motions, which I won't be presenting in full, but there are some that I would like to.
Okay, so you'd like to go to motion number 2?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Motion number 2, that the council provide a minimum half-hour time slot on the agenda of next council workshop for my PowerPoint presentation on the state-owned post office origins of the Commonwealth Bank and its historic capacity to boost build housing and fund Taswater and other essential infrastructures outside annual budgets.
Thank you, Councillor Lana. Can I have a seconder for that motion, please? Councillor Manticas. Councillor Lana.
The rationale is that Council's Taswater representative has asked, how could a public postal bank fund Taswater infrastructure, which is certainly on topic after our briefing from Taswater people today of increasing prices of water use. Suggested, the Taswater rep at council suggested I request a time slot to explain in workshop how credit can do the job versus the current user pays and debt funding model. This initiative supports Council's November 2024 motion with Flinders Island to LGAT. and I quote, that the Local Government Association of Tasmania requests that the Australian Government establish a publicly owned bank that utilises the branch network of Australia Post for its customer service delivery. By being open to workshop on alternative funding model for Taswater's infrastructure, consideration may be given as to how Council may best represent all available options in support of the community interest of user affordability for essential services.
Thank you, Councillor Lana. Councillor Matikas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm more than happy to have half hour allocated at the on the next workshop to hear from Councillor Lana.
Thank you. Are there any other comments before I ask Councillor Lana to close?
No, I just sort of put a quick one in because I sort of got sucked into supporting this. I'm quite happy for the idea, but I honestly think that I prefer a maximum of half an hour. And I know all about the state-owned post office saga. We've actually already supported that and sent a thing to look at about that. The main thing I'm more interested in is the funding of Taswater. That's what I'm more interested in. At half an hour maximum, I'm happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ireland. Any more comments? Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, happy to support this. However, in all honesty, it's not required as a motion. You're a part of the table here, and you could just ask our chief executive to program that. I think if you had any resistance in terms of being programming it in our workshop, I think you'd find that you'd have support. So I'll support it, but I just reassure you that if you've got something to bring to the table, please do so. To stay just on topic, Chairperson, is that probably right now the issue is we've had a presentation on Taswater's pricing, and we should be advocating for probably the right pricing methodology. And so equally, I would be talking to our chief executive about what our council would be doing in that space, considering today we were asked from Taswater to provide a letter of support. And so I've got some concerns about the pricing of Taswater. And so I think I see this as, although important to address, the priority right now is our response to the new pricing, which is going to, I think, disadvantage families families across Tasmania.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Any other comments? Councillor Allen.
No, I just asked a question, Councillor Lana. When the Flinders Council put their motion up to the LGAT in 2024, was that passed by the meeting?
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I'll turn.
Yes, it was carried.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments? Before I ask Councillor Lana to close, there is another model that exists in New South Wales, and one of our ratepayers, Carl Cooper, was explaining it to me, and that is that he believed that a more successful approach would be to have the banks in pharmacies and not post offices. So it could, well, not mainly because the pharmacies are open 7 days a week. And I just think that it may not hurt to try and get a bit of a background, and I would leave that to you to do, Councillor Lana, but I think just to see if there is a better, and he said it worked very, very successfully. So
that was the first motion. This is the second motion.
No. Yeah. No, it's the second.
So, sorry, the briefing notes are not necessarily correct.
Are you happy with that?
Yeah. The motion. Sorry, for councillors, if you can just concentrate on what's on the screens for the motions, they are the motions that are being debated.
Madam Mayor, I move a procedural motion that the motion now be put.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mann.
Can I just close?
You can close.
Thank you very much.
No, I beg your pardon. No, you can't close on a procedural motion. So now I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried 9-0. Councillor Lana, do you propose to put motion number 3?
The motion number 3 that's on the screen, not on the page that you have in front of you.
Okay.
Page 5 on the sheet in front of you.
If we can just hold on 1 minute so that we can get our minutes up and correct, and then once that's done, we'll move on to the next one. All right.
Okay, so motion number 3, please.
That's motion number 5.
Well, but yeah, the third.
Yeah.
But
Carolyn, Councillor Lana, can you check motion 3 on the screen and ensure that that was right?
That's correct.
thank you. And you're moving that motion?
I am.
Would you please read it out?
Thank you. That council engage a traffic engineer consultant to undertake a safe system assessment of Gravelly Beach Road in its residential use areas from juncture with Beach Road to the northern end speed limit at juncture with Gatenby's Road. The assessment to include a traffic numbers count.
Thank you, Councillor Lana. Will somebody second that motion, please? Thank you, Councillor Allen.
Yes.
Councillor Lana.
Thank you. This light to medium density existing residential use section of the road within high walkability and biking distance to the local playground, foreshore walking track, post office, cafes and shop, where a local resident without roadside post box nor pathway must negotiate the narrow road on his mobility scooter to access his mail services at the local post office, represents a high safety hazard to the community. There is a bus shelter at the corner of Gatenby's Road without footpath access for children. 2 tight, blind corners exist on this stretch of road where line marking indicates traffic or pedestrian passing is disallowed. Community members state that road users do not adhere to the 60-mile-per-hour safety zone.
Thank you, Councillor Lana. Councillor Allen.
Yes,
Sorry.
I agree that that is an unsafe bit of road, and it would be good to have an assessment done on that road to see in the future what can be done.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Any comments? Councillor Matikas.
Thank you. Very difficult for me to support this one today because I'd like further information to be provided by our Director of Infrastructure with regards to whether or not this stretch of road was identified in the community review on all roads within the municipality. I don't have enough evidence to suggest that it's where it may have been captured, where it sits as by way of a priority, what the costs are. The motion doesn't actually call for any assessment to be brought back before council as well. So I'm unable to support it in its current form without getting any further information. I'll listen to the debate around the table, but I might move a procedural motion later to defer.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Ireland.
Could I just check with Dino, but isn't this already in the budget to do this?
That's fair enough.
Something along Gravelly Beach Road is in the budget for a council engineers to have a look at?
Okay.
Is it up to half?
This is 30.
Thank you, Council. The Capital Works project currently has a project in there to have a look at design of or design options for a footpath from the intersection of Beach Road through to the swimming pool. That particular project was one that Councillor Allen raised would have been 18 months ago now, potentially. So we put that in the program. Earlier this year, one of the officers in my team did undertake some work to have a look at the alignment of a footpath in that particular location of Gravelly Beach Road. There are some challenges in relation to the width of the road corridor in terms of providing a sufficient footpath of enough width. So that would mean consideration of relocation of assets and potentially some acquisition of land and moving of fences, to provide sufficient width to make it safe and do things properly. So on my chore list is to come back to council workshop in the very near future with some of the findings from that initial work, so you can see what may be involved, and that would then lead towards further design, potentially some discussion with property owners, and then consideration for a capital works project potentially moving forward.
Thank you, Dino. Any other comments? Councillor Lyons? Yes.
Sorry, I would have thought that it's, I guess, another question for Dino's Gatebeards Road. I think that's what we used to call Little Swan Point Road. So that goes to sort of the end of the houses. And then if we're going to have an engineer, then have a look at this road, then we might as well take him to Paper Beach and to the Batman Bridge turnoff. If he's down there, he might as well drive along those roads. And so I think the motion's a bit restrictive. If we're going to do it, we might as well do it thoroughly. So I can't support the motion the way it is.
Thank you, Councillor Lyons. Councillor Matigas.
Yeah. It's just a question for Dino. Given that there's works currently underway attached to a capital works item, if council was to undertake a traffic engineer consultant now, and then those works were to be done as part of our capital works project, wouldn't the results be different if they were to undertake? Wouldn't they be needing to undertake an updated assessment? Is, in your view, I guess what I'm asking is this traffic engineer consultant, if council was to support this today, being done at a premature stage, or should it be better to wait until the capital works item is constructed first?
Council, my thoughts are that the section of road from the intersection with Beach Road through to even Gatenby, because at the moment our current sort of scope of work had only gone as far as the pool. That's a lower speed environment through that particular section. Potentially a safe system assessment for the Gravelly Beach Road would go all the way through, as Councillor Lyons indicates, a little bit further north, and actually be a little bit more holistic in terms of a review of that corridor. My suggestion would be to see what I can bring back to council at a workshop to look at that particular footpath issue, because that might then address many of the issues that have currently been raised around safety for pedestrians in that area. For assessing the speed environment and improvements to road corridors, something for council to consider is maybe to have a look at how we can tackle that a little bit more strategically, and what other roads in the network could actually be high on the list to look at, as opposed to tackling things a little bit ad hoc. Is how can we be proactive, identify a number of roads that we can do in collectively, and there could also be efficiencies around time and cost in engaging a consultant to do that work.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, just a question for Dino, please. Is there any concerns here in terms of coordination? It seems we've had roads assessed recently, which obviously I'm very happy with, but the question is, do we need to have better coordination about the roads that we're doing? Because this is one. There might be other priority roads above this. So I'm a bit concerned that we're not actually getting our thinking caps on this about and making sure it reflects the work that we've already done in terms of priority roads. That's the first question. So just your thoughts about that. And the second thing is just the safe system assessment. That's a road safety term, and it's probably a methodology that's used. So again, are we introducing? Is that the right terminology? Is that the right kind of assessment making?
Thank you, Councillor. In relation to the first part of the question, in terms of priority and how do we strategically go about looking at roads, as I mentioned, I think there is merit in considering what are the higher use roads in the network that we should be undertaking an assessment on. The 2003 survey that was undertaken with the community to identify maybe areas of higher concern is still on our list of chores to work through, and we're now sort of getting a number of other roads which are sort of coming in for consideration. So I think we need to sort of look at things as efficiently as we can, as opposed to sort of chasing too many loose balls, so to speak. The second part of your question in relation to the safety. Look, it is for not for such a short section from Beach Road through to Gatenby. I don't know whether or not we're really getting benefit from that type of assessment there. I think it'd be a much longer scope along Gravelly Beach Road for that to provide some benefit. And those safety assessments look at speed limits, looks at line marking, it looks at guideposts, it looks at signage, it looks at protection for other hazards in the road corridor. So it can be quite comprehensive. But I think we need to look at potentially something a little bit more strategic and looking at the priorities across the network.
Madam Mayor, may I make a procedural motion, please? We've sort of we've morphed into a workshop. So can I move a procedural motion that we defer this motion until the October workshop, please?
Thank you.
Can I have a seconder for that, please? Thank you, Councillor Sladden. All in favour? Against? Carried 9-0.
So that's
Motion has taken place. Now we need to vote on motion number 3 from Councillor Lana.
So just for the point of clarity, you need to get a vote on the deferral, which is what we've done as a procedural motion. Now you need to vote to actually defer it. So, because what could have happened is if council had decided that they didn't want to acknowledge that deferred motion, then they would go to the substantive motion. So I now just need you to go back to the chair taking a vote on the matter now to be deferred.
So I will now put it to the vote. All those in favour?
Just a point. Is there?
No.
Just a point of order, though.
Is finished.
This is a non-debating vote. We don't go back. Just confirming that. Good.
9-0. Thank you. Councillor Lana, do you have any other motions you wish to move?
I do. So motion
Number 4.
That council seeks amendments to the local provision schedule of Gravelly Beach in order to meet the requirements of the Land Use Planning Approvals Act 1993.
Is there a seconder, please?
Sorry to interrupt, Madam Chair. There is an in addition and a further to that motion. Are you in? What I just want to be clear about what it is that you're moving, Councillor Lana.
Sorry. Yes, I do need to add the rest.
Please,
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Please do that.
Thank you for alerting me. That council seeks prior identification of all existing low-density residential use according to the Land Use Planning and Approvals Act 1993 for all areas of Gravelly Beach with direct driveway access to Gravelly Beach Road and Teggs Road within the road safety 60 mile per hour zone, which lie on a school bus and commuter bus route. Further, that council create a local provisions schedule to incorporate these areas as consistent with the state's planning policies and regional land use strategies, and make application to the Tas Planning Commission to approve the schedule before the next Planning Commission hearing. Sorry, to make application before, that's what I mean, make application to the Tas Planning, so make application, to the Tas Planning Commission to approve the schedule before the next planning, so to approve the schedule, before the next Tas Planning Commission hearing.
Thank you, Councillor Lana. Is there a seconder?
I'll second, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
And I'm going to move an immediate procedural motion that this be deferred until such time that our Director of Planning and Development has had an opportunity to digest the content, the basis of that motion, and provide a report back to the councillors about what these LPS scheme amendments could mean. So my procedural motion is to defer immediately.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder for that, please? Thank Councillor Ireland. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. 9-0. Are there any more motions, Councillor Lana?
Yes, there is.
Thank you. Will you read your motion?
My motion is that council planners release the results summary of the community consultation for the draft Exeter District Structure Plan 2023 prior to that of the draft consultation West Tamar Growth Strategy to 2046, with consultations are... No, I don't think I can run this one. I cannot direct our staff, so I will withdraw that notice. Thank you.
So you're withdrawing that motion?
That motion, yes, I am. Sorry, it's just procedural and I'm learning on the job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that finishes the councillor motions with and without notice. Item number 17 is councillor questions, and they are to be found from page 203 to 209, and the questions and answers are detailed in those pages. Item number 17.2 is councillors' questions without notice. Are there any? Councillor Ferguson.
That's it. Thank you. This could be in general business, but my question is, can we please have some allocated workshop time to discuss our response to Taswater in terms of the new pricing, so that we can have opportunity for the elected members to discuss council's position?
Certainly can, Councillor Ferguson. That was to be listed in October, given you had the briefing today.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ferguson. Are there any other questions from councillors? There being none, 17.3, responses to previous questions on notice, and they're found on pages 211 and 212. So we now move into closing this session, and the recommendation is that pursuant to section 17 of the Local Government Meeting Procedures Regulations 25, Council close this meeting at 4:28 p.m. to discuss items in confidential. Will somebody please move that? Thank you, Councillor Matikas and Councillor Allen. Thank you.
be proper.
We're going to do questions without just general business.
Well, there was an item there. Yes.
Okay, we're live now, please. We're live.
Hang on. I'll just go back. There was confidential. And before we close the meeting for today, I'll quickly go around the table to see if there are any issues that anybody wishes to raise.
No, we're now live.
So I'll start with Councillor Sladden. No? Councillor Maticas? Thank you. Councillor Ferguson?
I was just noting that earlier I'd asked that we discuss our response to Taswater through the next workshop. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lyons?
Barry Blencorn raised at the Exeter meeting some issues sort of after. One of the things he sort of requested was, could we have a look at that whole area by both ends of Glen Ardmore Road, and I think it's probably worthwhile. You know, while some could walk it, but others might need to go around. If we do can get a chance, I'm not saying we do it tomorrow, but if we could have a look at, his suggestion, he was concerned about where the potential road would come out, and I think we ought to have a look at it just to get it clear in our minds.
Thank you. Councillor.
Just to thank you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, I had a comment from a member of the public that booked out the community hall at Beaconsfield, and on their events they had a total of 180 people, but there were insufficient number of tables, so they had to go to the Winkley Hall and move a number of tables from the Winkley Hall to the Beaconsfield Hall to accommodate.
Plenty of tables.
So I'm just wondering whether we have got enough tables, but they weren't all found. Yeah, or something may have happened.
Consider that we have the Anzac Day breakfast and that place is full.
Yeah, so it might have been just a logistical issue on the day.
If I can just jump in there, we'll take that one on notice and see what's happening, and see what our capacity, and come back to you.
Thank you. And the second one was Mrs. Kelly brought up, she was under the understanding she had 3 minutes for 3 questions, but the agenda clearly states that it's 3 minutes, 4 questions, and a maximum of 3 questions. Okay. But the website says that questions without notice and limits any one speaker to a maximum of 3 minutes per question. So I think that's where she was getting confused.
Yeah, we've noted that in public question time. We'll come back to councillors probably in October, because the change in regulations will need us to change them up a little bit anyway. So there's an opportunity to go back and review and get that clarity happening, so that councillors can make a choice about how long they want people to be using in terms of public question time, because there's two separate things there, and we need to bring it back for clarity. You're exactly right.
Okay.
And we did let her go over time.
Oh no, I appreciate that, but I was confused as to where she got that from. But it was actually on the website. So is the website wrong, or is there 2 different options?
I would suggest there's an interpretation that's occurred, or a misinterpretation that's occurred, because we've got two different interpretations of the same thing. So we need to bring it back so that we're consistent in our language, both in our policy and in the agenda.
Can I say this is nothing new? In Parliament, they have time to ask a question, and people always try and make a statement before it. And so it is, if you had specific time for statements and then questions, or, maybe a gong or something, but it does need to be clarified to make it easier for the chair.
Thank you. Anything else, Rick?
No, thank
Okay. Joy? Richard? Caroline?
I need to do my homework on deferred motions.
Caroline, we understand it's pretty overwhelming when you know, you might think something outside the council meeting, but when you get into the council meeting and things start to happen, it does become a bit overwhelming. But I think Kristen's advice is that the best way to get your motions through is to socialise them through a workshop where we can get all the information we need to make a decision. You know, some of the ones that weren't supported today was because there just wasn't enough discussion or we didn't know what we were voting for. So, and as I said, all of us are here to help you. You know, if you're welcome to ring me if Kristen's not available, and I know all the other councillors would say the same. So, please don't feel bad about it, but it's all a learning curve. Thank you. So there being no further business, we close the meeting at 5:31. God, 5:31 p.m. Thank you very much.